hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Ledbetter. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Colleagues, pray with me. O Lord, the heavens declare your glory, and the firmament shows your handiwork. Day unto day utters speech, and night unto night reveals knowledge, but there's no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line has gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. Your law, O Lord, is perfect, converting the soul. Your testimony is sure, making wise the simple. Your statutes are right, rejoicing our hearts. Your commandment is pure, enlightening our eyes. The fear of you, O Lord, is clean, enduring forever. Your judgments, Father, are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them we, your servants, are warned, and in keeping them there is great reward. Who can understand our errors? Cleanse us, Father, from our secret faults. Keep us back from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over us. Then we all shall be blameless, and we shall be innocent of great transgression. Let the words of our mouths and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in your sight, O Lord, our strength and our Redeemer. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge.
Sergeant at arms, please open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Monday, June 3rd, 2024, will be postponed until printed. Colleagues, please take your seats so we can acknowledge our guests. Colleagues, please take your seats. Sergeants, please clear the aisles. The House will come to order. Colleagues, we have some very special guests that are here in the Capitol today, and we're going to start with our oldest guest. Seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, we are so very excited to have the Department of Military and Veteran Affairs and the Pennsylvania National Guard. June 4th, 2024 is the National Guard Day at the Pennsylvania State Capitol. This year, we have the distinct honor and privilege to welcome the Adjutant General of Pennsylvania, who brings with him today several distinguished guests. Seated to my left are the Adjutant General Major Mark Schindler. He's joined by a true hero, a veteran of World War II, who served at the Battle of the Bulge, Mr. Benjamin Barry. Mr. Barry was drafted into service at a very young age as a cook, but during the Battle of the Bulge, he put down his ladle and raised his weapon. Mr. Barry recently turned 100 years old last fall and will be 101 years old this September. We are also joined by Command Sergeant Major Sean Phillips, who's accompanying two brand new recruits that were just sworn in today to serve our incredible Pennsylvania National Guard. They are Air National Guard recruit Trenton Noggle, and Army National Guard recruit Emily Ace. Would our Adjutant General and these distinguished guests please stand if you're able to do so we can properly welcome you. Members and guests, our Adjutant General oversees 18,000 airmen and soldiers in Pennsylvania's National Guard, 2,500 state employees at the State Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, operations at the Keystone State Challenge Academy, and 6 state-owned veterans homes, and programs for 700,000 veterans living in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. General Schindler is visiting for the annual celebration of Guard Day here at the Capitol. Pennsylvania's National Guard service is built on a legacy that dates back to 1747, and today, its members live and work in communities across the Commonwealth. It is one of the largest and most deployed state National Guards in our entire nation. Its unique dual mission, the Pennsylvania National Guard, serves both the state and federal operations, from responding to natural disasters to supporting state and community efforts, to combat illicit drugs, and to serve overseas in war zones, training with partner nations. Since September 11th, 2001, Pennsylvania's National Guard has soldiers and airmen complete more than 43,000 individual deployments around the world to several countries, including Afghanistan, Iraq, Kuwait, Egypt, Qatar, Bahrain, Jordan, Bosnia, Kosovo, and to Poland. At this time, it's the chair's distinct pleasure and honor to welcome to the rostrum Major General Schindler to address the House at this time.
Good morning, Madam Speaker McClinton, Leader Bradford, Leader Cutler, members of the House, distinguished guests, and friends of the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. Thank you for joining me today to celebrate the contributions of the Pennsylvania National Guard. Whether serving locally or within our Commonwealth, or answering our nation's call to serve throughout the world, your National Guard is always ready, always there, always on mission. But we don't do it alone. We serve together with our families, communities, and governmental leadership, past, present, and future. Together, we serve. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge, and we are pleased to have a veteran with us today who survived that brutal winter battle, Benjamin Melvin Berry of Philadelphia, as we recognized earlier. Drafted into service as a young man, Mr. Berry was a cook. But during the Battle of the Bulge, as we've mentioned already, he did lower his ladle and raise his weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Berry, thank you so much for joining us today. World War II veterans set the standard for uniformed service. Those of us in uniform today try to emulate the values of those that came before us. We lean into your past and present examples of courage and resilience as together we serve into the future. Mr. Berry was in Belgium during that cold winter so long ago to defend against Hitler's drive toward Germany. The Germans drove into the Ardennes forest. The Allied line took on the appearance of a large bulge as the enemy troops tried to divide the Allies. Thus, the Battle of the Ardennes became known as the Battle of the Bulge. Troops from Britain, France, and the United States held strong in that frigid forest, including our own men of iron, the 28th Infantry Keystone Division. The battle raged, but our Pennsylvanian soldiers were there to strike a blow to the enemy. They did just that. Though casualties were mournfully high, the German offensive was disrupted. Today, we as Pennsylvanians have as our history a legacy of veterans, including those from World War II and Pennsylvania National Guard soldiers and airmen who stand firm when facing the enemy and preserve our freedom and our American way of life. Therefore, today and every day, we honor our veterans, especially those in our own Pennsylvania National Guard. Incredibly, it's been 80 years since the Battle of the Bulge, and while uniforms, equipment, tactics have changed, our National Guardsmen have not. They remain always ready, always there. Like the brothers and sisters in arms that came before them, our soldiers and airmen lace up their boots and go wherever, whenever they're needed. In our ranks, we have seasoned veterans like Command Sergeant Major Phillips, who's with me today. Command Sergeant Major Phillips has 36 years of experience. Excitingly, we look to the future with 17 new recruits who choose to serve. Recruits sworn in this morning with unique talents and gifts that they will utilize as they become the next generation of your National Guard. Emily Ace and Trenton Noggle with me today. They are the future of the Pennsylvania National Guard. Thank you all for your united support of our National Guard. Together we serve Pennsylvania and our nation. More than a theme or catchphrase, together we serve is a call to action, a reminder of our shared responsibility to honor the past, support the present, and inspire the future. Together, we support Pennsylvania's veterans. We're thankful for their security they provided us. Together, we acknowledge those that currently serve. We're grateful for their abiding loyalty to our country and its people. Together, we look with confidence upon our new recruits to be our future. Together, we serve. Thank you so much for your attention today, and thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Jared on the floor? Jared Sowers. Our colleague this morning from Delaware County, Representative O'Mara, and from Chester County, Representative Schusterman, and from Union County, Representative Rowe, have brought to the floor of the House this morning our friends from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in New York in celebration of the friendship between Taiwan and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We are excited this morning, and please remain standing when I say your names. Ambassador James K.J. Lee, the Director General of the office, and his colleagues, Fuyan Leo, the Political Division Director, and Ivana Tsai, the Political Division Senior Officer. They were just here in October and addressed the Chamber, and we're excited to welcome them back. Thank you for being here, Ambassador. And there's one additional guest, Chair X, for a pardon this morning from Gerald Lopez, who's the Director of Business Development at the University of Pennsylvania. Thank you for also being here. Also seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, it's my honor to bring two special guests who are representing Harrisburg Mayor Wanda Williams for the Crown Act press conference this afternoon. We are so excited to have Ashima Bussey and Tiffany West, their special assistants for Mayor Williams. Thank you for joining us today. In the back of the House, our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative Mays, and our colleague that serves Philadelphia County, Representative Cephas, have brought some very important women to the floor of the House, and we are so very excited to welcome the Lynx Incorporated Eastern Area Director, Lisa Laurie Lomas, Jamie Rankin, the President of the Pittsburgh chapter, Sybil Knight Burney, Dr. Burney, the President of the Harrisburg chapter, the legislative chairs, Ramona Holly Major from Bucks County, Mary James from Harrisburg, Barbara Pratt from Montgomery County, Thais McNeil from Pentown chapter, and my sister friend Evelyn Sample Oates from Philadelphia County, Angela Blair from Pittsburgh County, and entire members from across the Commonwealth. The Lynx Incorporated is an international nonprofit started in 1946 in the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection. It's one of the nation's oldest and largest volunteer service organizations committed to enriching, sustaining, and ensuring culture and economic survival for African Americans. We are so very grateful to have all of you leaders from across Pennsylvania here today in Harrisburg. Thank you for being here. In the gallery, it is my distinct honor to have so many guests from Allegheny County that are here today. We are thrilled to have the chairman of BNY Mellon, Pennsylvania, Eric Bauner, along with Michael Kelser, his Divisional Chief Information Officer at BNY Mellon, and the President, BNY Mellon's Pennsylvania's Andrea Stanford, and their Pittsburgh Regional Manager. They're here to commemorate the 240th anniversary of BNY Mellon, and they joined us in the Majority Caucus Room, where we looked at some of the artifacts from the early days, including the very first Pennsylvania state capitol in Philadelphia, along with the White House that used to be located in Philadelphia. I was glad to be joined this morning by our colleague from Allegheny County, Representative Gatos, and Montgomery County, Representative Daley. Would BNY Mellon please stand? Happy 240th anniversary. Also in the gallery, our colleague that serves Lancaster, Representative Jones, has Mike Rowe, the Executive Director of the Masonic Village at Elizabethtown, who is visiting the Capitol today. Mike, please stand. Welcome to the Capitol. Our colleague that serves Philadelphia, Representative Rabb, has a constituent here today. Katherine Johnson is visiting the Capitol. Please stand, Ms. Johnson. We're so glad to welcome you. Representatives Gergely and Mays, who both serve Allegheny counties, have the Imani boys basketball team players along with their coaches. They are back. I recall them being here last year. In 2023, they won the PIAA state championship, and they are back as winners again. What else? 2024 PIAA state championships. Imani, I hope you'll be stopping by the chair's office this afternoon. Welcome back. Representative Mays also has her legislative district office team here for Crown Act Day. With those team members who work so very hard in the city of Pittsburgh, please stand if you are in the gallery. It is great to see you all. Welcome. Our colleague, we're in her district right now, Representative Kim, who serves Dauphin and Cumberland, is thrilled to welcome in the gallery the Keystone Challenge Academy. We have the dorm counselor, Reginald Green, the director of recruitment, Christopher Reed, and 3 teen cadets. The Keystone State Challenge is a positive, high-energy learning environment that guides teenagers to further their education. With the Keystone Challenge Academy members, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Bucks County, Representative Marcel, has one of her youngest constituents in the gallery this morning. We are so excited to welcome Ella McDevitt along with her parents, Ashley, London, and Michael from Holland, Northampton Township in Bucks County. Ella's in the 3rd grade, and she's already interested in government. She is advocating to her school board to get a slushing machine at her school. We need one here in the Capitol. I don't know if you can help us out, Ella, but thank you for your advocacy. So glad to see you today. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 202 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 3rd, 2024. House Bill 2372, Appropriations. House Bill 2371, Education. House Bill 2373, Local Government. House Resolution 460. House Resolution 461, both to Tourism and Economic Recreational Development. Referrals, June 4th, 2024. House Resolution 462, Tourism and Economic and Recreational Development.
The chair recognizes Representative Vitale, Chair of the Committee on Environmental Resources and Energy, who reports the following bill. House Bill 2241, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Deasy, Chair of the Committee on Liquor Control, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2068, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. House Bill 2212, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? It is agreed to. The chair is in receipt of the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 660. With the information the Senate has passed the same without amendment. The Clerk of the Senate being introduced informed that the Senate has concurred in the amendments made by the House of Representatives to Senate Bill, numbered and entitled as follows. Senate Bill 277. Bills numbered and entitled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 660, Senate Bill 37, Senate Bill 277, Senate Bill 721, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
House Bill 660. Senate Bill 37, Senate Bill 277, and Senate Bill 721.
The chair is in receipt of the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
The Clerk of the Senate being introduced presented the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which was read as follows. Monday, June 3rd, resolved, the House of Representatives concurring pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the Senate recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, June 10th, 2024, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem of the Senate. And be it further resolved pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the House of Representatives recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, June 10th, 2024, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, ordered that the clerk present the same to the House of Representatives for its concurrence.
Will the House concur in the resolution of the Senate? Those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution's concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks County. For what purpose do you rise? Representative Stats.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on April 16th, I cast a vote in the affirmative on House Bill 1472. I would very much like to be recorded in the negative.
The gentleman's remarks will be spread across the record. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Venkat. For what purpose do you rise?
Personal privilege, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Madam Speaker, this Sunday is my father, Dr. KK Venkat's 80th birthday. It's been a challenging year for my family this year, and we're not able to celebrate as we normally would. So on behalf of myself, my family, my mother, my younger brother Deepak and his family, my father's 5 younger brothers, as well as our extended family around the world, I wanted to wish him a happy birthday and look forward to celebrating many birthdays into the future. I love you, Dad, and thank you for the opportunities that you've always given me.
Chair thanks the gentleman and wishes the original Dr. Venkat a happy 80th birthday. Chair recognizes the Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Schlossberg, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There will be an immediate Rules Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus room upon the break. House Democrats will caucus at 1:30. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 2:15.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Dunbar, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 12:45. Republicans will caucus at 12:45. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County, Representative Mullins, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Appropriations Committee will meet immediately following the Rules Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus Room. That's an appropriations meeting to immediately follow the Rules meeting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Representative Schweier for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Education Committee will meet immediately following both the Rules Committee and Appropriations Committee meetings in the Majority Caucus Room at 140 Main Capitol Building to consider the following legislation: House Bill 2370, and any other business that may come before the committee. Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the gentleman. For what purpose does the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Lawrence, rise?
Announcement, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Pennsylvania Chiropractic Association is here today for their day of action, and they are out on the Lieutenant Governor's balcony with lunch. If anyone would like to stop by and speak to the chiropractors about their issues of concern, now would be a great opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 439, printers number 3125, on page 8 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution urging the Congress of the United States to continue its support of Taiwan and commemorating the 45th anniversary of the enactment of the Taiwan Relations Act, introduced by Representative O'Mara.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Representative Rowe offers Amendment A04675. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentleman from Union, Representative Rowe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this amendment simply tightens up the language to make the resolution consistent with what has passed the House unanimously in previous years. I want to thank the good gentlelady from Delaware County, the prime sponsor of this resolution, for her assistance in drafting this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from York. Chair declines. The gentlelady waves off. Excuse me. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 191, the nays are 11. The amendment is agreed to. Question recurs. Will the House agree to the resolution as amended? House Resolution 439, printer's number is now 3225. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative O'Mara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you all for your consideration of House Resolution 439. Today's vote on House Resolution 439 is not only symbolic, but a testament to the Commonwealth's commitment to continue our strong friendship with Taiwan, and we are most excited today to have Ambassador Lee from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in New York here with us this afternoon. With this resolution, we celebrate Pennsylvania and Taiwan as partners in trade and technological advancement. Within the last several years, the Commonwealth has established a trade and investment office in Taiwan, which is the Commonwealth's 6th largest export market in Asia, as well as provided for mutual recognition of driver's licenses. 2024 is a special year. Not only does it bring with it a new administration in Taiwan, and congratulations to the newly elected president and vice president, but it also marks the 45th anniversary of the U.S.-Taiwan Relations Act, which was landmark legislation that sustained a close bilateral relationship between the U.S. and Taiwan. The Taiwan Relations Act has been a cornerstone of U.S.-Taiwan relations and has helped preserve peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, which is crucial to maintaining a free and open and secure Indo-Pacific region. It is an honor to offer this resolution with my colleagues, Representatives Melissa Schusterman and David Rowe, who joined me as co-chairs of the House Taiwan Caucus. And I also just want to add, in a time where I know we sometimes have a hard time working together, I think it's really critical that we in Pennsylvania continue to set an example across the country that we are united as both Democrats and Republicans when it comes to supporting our friends in Taiwan. It is critical for the reasons I just laid out, but I also visited Taiwan and I had a chance to see what their daily life is like when they live in fear. And so I just want to thank all of you for helping to continue to send the message that we are strong allies in Taiwan. And thank you to Representative Rowe for ensuring we can do that today in a bipartisan way. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman, the co-sponsor, Representative Rowe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to echo my good colleagues' thanks. Thanks to Representative O'Mara and Schusterman for their assistance in getting this resolution across the finish line. Some of my good colleagues may not be aware that I once lived and taught in Taiwan for several years. And if you've never had a chance to visit Taiwan, I would strongly encourage you to change that. From the stunning mountain ranges to the beautiful crystal clear waters, the beauty of Taiwan cannot be overstated. The only thing more beautiful, however, than the island nation itself, however, is the welcoming nature of the wonderful people that call Taiwan home. Pennsylvania and the Republic of China, which is better known more commonly as Taiwan, have a lot in common. From our powerhouse manufacturing sectors to our shared interests in reliable energy to our commitment to free market economies. Our relationship, as was previously stated with Taiwan, also carries the distinction of being a topic that enjoys broad bipartisan support here in this chamber. When the former administration shuttered the trade office in Taipei, it was this chamber, through efforts led by members of both caucuses, including our illustrious gentlelady from Philadelphia, Madam Speaker, that the trade office was reopened and millions of dollars in economic opportunity for both our great Commonwealth and the Republic began to flow once again. The Republic of China stands as a shining example of freedom and democracy in Southeast Asia, and the resolution we are adopting here today underscores the value of continuing and strengthening the relationship between the great people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the nation of Taiwan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from York, Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to voice my opposition to any legislation that advocates for the support of the World Health Organization or the UN's Convention on Climate Change. Embedded in the resolution to support Taiwan is a provision which states, whereas the United States has assisted Taiwan in participating in the World Health Organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, the International Criminal Police Organization, and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And whereas the House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania urges the Congress of the United States to continue its support of Taiwan's meaningful participation in these and other organizations. While I fully acknowledge and commend our long-standing support for Taiwan's meaningful participation in international organizations, I believe that encouraging any continued affiliation with the WHO on Pennsylvania's behalf is a grave misstep. Just a few short days ago, negotiations in Geneva to bring the United States under a global health authority that would have allowed for forced lockdowns, mandatory detentions, travel restrictions, and forced vaccinations failed. The WHO threatens to undermine our national sovereignty. 24 U.S. governors and 49 senators agreed when they sent letters to the Biden administration urging him to reject any commitment to the WHO's pandemic treaty. The United States must retain the ability to make independent decisions in response to public health crises, entrusting this authority to an international body, especially one that has demonstrated significant failures in its response to the COVID-19 pandemic, is both imprudent and risky. Our shared commitments to freedom and robust economies remain steadfast. However, we must separate this commendable stance from endorsing any affiliation with the WHO or any other organization that would seek to infringe upon U.S. sovereignty. I urge my colleagues to oppose any provision supporting an affiliation with the WHO or the UN's Convention on Climate Change. And I ask for a basic common sense approach where Pennsylvania is able to recognize its long-standing relationship with Taiwan without the nonsense. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. The question recurs, will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 189, the nays are 13. The resolution is adopted. The House will stand in recess until 2:30 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. hour of 2:45 having arrived, the House will come to order. Colleagues, we have some very special guests in the gallery. We are thrilled to welcome the 2024 class of New Leadership Pennsylvania. They are from 22 colleges and universities throughout the Commonwealth. The National Education for Women's Leadership Pennsylvania is an intensive 6-day leadership and public policy institute designed to educate and empower women for future political participation and leadership. The program addresses the underrepresentation of women in the political arena by focusing on the role of women in politics and policymaking in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. New Leadership Pennsylvania, I'm so thrilled to welcome you as my guests. Colleagues, let's please welcome New Leadership. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. The chair recognizes Representative Harris, chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 851, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 1367, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 1867, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bill. Senate Bill 497, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Schweier, chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following bill. House Bill 2370, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? It is agreed to. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals June 4th, 2024. House Bill 2378, Aging and Older Adult Services. House Bill 2358, Finance. House Resolution 463, Tourism, Economic and Recreational Development. And House Resolution 465, 2, Transportation.
The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1064, ordinance number 3134 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill expands eligible projects for tax increment financing districts.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendment out of order for violating House Rule 20, A04662. The chair rules the following amendment out of order for violating House Rule 27, A04667. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington, Representative O'Neill, rise?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to appeal the decision of the chair that Amendment A04462, which amends House Bill 1064, is out of order.
The gentleman, Representative O'Neill, appeals the ruling of the chair that Amendment A04662 violates House Rule 20. House Rule 20 provides that no bill shall be passed containing more than one subject. The subject of House Bill 1064 provides for the creation of tax increment financing districts and the approval of project plans and for the financing of project costs. Amendment A04662 adds additional subjects to the bill by providing for the personal income tax, by providing for the gross receipts tax, by providing for the fuels incentive fund, and by creating civil penalties. Shall the decision of the chair stand as the judgment of the House? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment and the motion to appeal, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Based on the co-sponsor memo circulated by the original sponsor of this legislation, House Bill 1064 is designed to change the tax policy of the Commonwealth to increase economic growth and to help families stay in their homes. Madam Speaker, that is exactly what this amendment does by reducing the Commonwealth's personal income tax and eliminating gross receipts tax on electricity bills. If you want to keep people in their homes and let them keep more of their hard-earned money, full stop, we should support this motion to appeal the ruling of the chair and therefore consider the underlying amendment. We've heard from the governor and many of our colleagues that there are billions and billions of dollars available to spend on expanded government programs.
The only question before the House is whether or not the chair's ruling will stand as the judgment of the House. Anything that any executive has stated is not relevant to the decision in which is in front of the House. The gentleman's remarks will be confined to the motion. The gentleman may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We must consider this a motion so that we can debate the underlying amendment and whether or not it should be included in this piece of legislation. It should be included in this piece of legislation because we have billions and billions of dollars to spend.
The gentleman will suspend. The only question before the House is the single subject of House Bill 1064 and Amendment A04662, adding additional subjects, and whether this body will overrule the judgment of the chair. This is the second warning for the gentleman to confine his remarks to the motion. The motion is, should this body change the decision of the chair? This body can vote accordingly at the appropriate time. The gentleman has been given a final warning to talk about the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, members, colleagues, we should support this motion because by all means, to vote no means you are against direct financial help of working families and seniors across this Commonwealth.
Will suspend. The gentleman is out of order and will take his seat. The gentleman and any other member in this body cannot impugn motives of members for votes. The members will vote their conscience, hopefully. Hopefully they will vote their conscience. Those in favor of sustaining the chair's decision will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. The yeas are 102, the nays are 100. Less than the majority of the members elected have been voted in the negative. The decision of the chair stands as the judgment of the House. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1839. Printer's number 2280 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends Title 71 to provide extension of temporary regulations.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendment out of order for violating House Rule 27, A04655. Representative Roy offers Amendment A04638. Question is, will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Crawford, Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer Amendment A04638 which would change the expiration date for the Office of Administration's temporary regulation for the Civil Service Commission to a date certain, and includes a requirement for promulgation of final form regulation. Madam Speaker, these temporary regulations are set to expire in March 2025. The current legislation requests extension of timelines for expiration from 3 years to 6 years. This means the regulations would not expire till 2028. Madam Speaker, this is for a law that was passed in 2018. We're still talking about temporary regulations until the year 2028. My amendment would make the permanent regulations due by July 1st, 2025. Madam Speaker, I understand that it's well intended, this extension, but I have concerns about this amount of time. The regulatory process is usually only a 2-year-long process. They could have done regulations 3 times by now, and if the legislation passes without my amendment, it'll be 10 years to get permanent regulations put in place, in 2028 for a law that passed in 2018. Madam Speaker, a timeline with a date certain is being established, and we can make sure that this doesn't just continue on and on forever, and we can make sure that previously, after the temporary regulations were going to expire, they introduced new temporary regulations to start another 3-year window. We have to get permanent, real regulations that go through the IRC process. Madam Speaker, I encourage everyone to vote yes on my amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the Majority Chair of Commerce, Representative Conklin from Centre County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is not a agree-to amendment, and I'm asking everyone to please vote no.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair turns to the Minority Leader, the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand that it's not an agreed-to amendment, but I really think it should be, and let me share why. The gentleman who's offering the amendment highlighted the timeline. It typically takes 2 years to do a regulatory process. They've had 3. Now we're looking for a 6-year extension, which would be a total of 10 years. Madam Speaker, what we need is a government that works, not a government workaround. I support the amendment. Let's finalize the process. Let's allow the public to have input through the IRC process and the regulatory process, and this body to have input through the committees. I urge a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Roy also offers a 04639. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to offer Amendment A04639, which would establish a reporting requirement for the Office of Administration. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned previously, the effect of the extension of these temporary regulations would be that the agency could have gone through the 2-year regulatory review process 3 times within that time frame to make permanent regulations. Madam Speaker, this amendment requires a detailed reporting requirement within a certain time frame by the Office of Administration. That way, the process and deadlines are as transparent as possible going forward. Madam Speaker, it is time that the Office of Administration offers a detailed explanation and update on the status of these temporary regulations, both now and going forward, so that the regulated community is not stuck in this temporary cycle. Madam Speaker, I encourage a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Center, Majority Chair of Commerce, Representative Conklin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this is another not agreed to amendment, so I'm asking the body to please vote no.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2137, printers number 2823 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes a maternal and newborn and supply kit program under the Department of Health.
Will the House agree to the bill? Chair rules the following amendments out of order for violating House Rule 27, A04645, A04679. Representative Curry offers Amendment A04677. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask for an affirmative vote for Amendment 4677. This amendment makes several changes to the program to simplify the application process and improve the distribution of kits. It also modifies the program to provide postpartum kits up to 6 weeks after delivery and newborn kits for up to 12 months. This amendment was drafted in collaboration with the Department of Health. I strongly advocate for a yes vote on Amendment 4677. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 112, nays are 90. The amendment's adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2234, printers number 3056 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill authorizes the Penny Board of Directors to establish a program to provide Penny customers with additional financial support.
Will the House agree to the bill? Chair rules the following amendment out of order for violating House Rule 20. A04656. Representative Ledbetter offers Amendment A04680. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia, Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my amendment follows the spirit of the underlying bill. If programs are going to be funded by Pennsylvanians for Pennsylvanians, my amendment simply makes it so that these benefits are only eligible to Pennsylvanians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Majority Chair of Insurance, the gentlelady from Dauphin, Representative Kim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on Amendment A04680. This amendment will require Penny to verify an individual's lawful residence. Exchanges like Penny are subject to very stringent requirements on what they use individual information for. Those requirements are outlined in federal regulations, specifically 45 CFR Section 155.260, subsection A. That section says, in no uncertain terms, that Penny and other exchanges can only use an individual's information for certain purposes. Immigration enforcement is not one of those purposes because exchanges are not law enforcement entities. The amendment is thus preempted under CFR 45 CFR Section 155.260A2, and I ask the members for a negative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 101. The amendment fails. Representative Cutler offers Amendment A04670. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Minority Floor Leader, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've spoken with the prime sponsor, and I understand that this is not an agreed-to amendment. But given the large turnover here in the body, I'd like to provide a little bit of history on the insurance exchange. It was something that enjoyed strong bipartisan support in the prior session when former leader...
The gentleman will suspend. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. The gentleman will continue. Amendment A04670. A04697. Thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the order. It is greatly appreciated. Given the high turnover here in the body, I wanted to provide a little bit of background on the underlying insurance exchange, which we have seen and called Penny since its inception. It was former leader Dermody and myself who had worked on this with the Wolf and the Trump administration to obtain the waiver that is currently instituted in this program. That waiver allows for reinvestment back into a reinsurance program that has consistently lowered insurance costs for citizens that buy insurance through that exchange. What this bill proposes to do, and my amendment would correct, is it would maintain that relationship to allow for that federal waiver to remain consistent. If the bill is not amended, what will occur is, one, the commissioner will have a great deal of authority to decide how and where and when to move money outside the purview of the General Assembly, and two, it will potentially jeopardize our federal waiver. Madam Speaker, what this amendment would simply do is say leaves the waiver in place, allows the reinsurance to continue, and it would be incumbent upon the General Assembly to appropriate money for any kind of additional subsidies that are obtained. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Dauphin. Okay, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Appropriations, Representative Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Health Insurance Exchange Authority is currently funded through the fees collected from health insurance companies, which means that this is a self-sustaining fund. The underlying bill would allow the exchange authority to use the fees collected to fund the Affordable Assistance Program, which this amendment is actually removing. This amendment requires the exchange authority to use general funds to fund the Affordability Assistance Program, which would make this program subject to appropriations. Put simply, currently, as the bill stands, this program, which makes insurance more affordable for Pennsylvanians, is funded by the program. This amendment would remove that funding from the program and make it subject to the appropriations process, which would also make the affordability of insurance for Pennsylvanians a political issue that it does not need to be. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I oppose this amendment.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment for the second time, the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think when you look at the good gentleman's explanation, there was one fundamental piece that was overlooked, and that is the fact that this bill fundamentally changes the very thing he is attempting to defend. Yes, it is a self-sustaining system. Madam Speaker, this bill changes that. This bill allows other money to be moved in by the authority of the commissioner and does not maintain the waiver. More importantly, and this is even, I think, a more focal point and one of concern, is this. It is only a one-year change, Madam Speaker. I think that is wrong. I think that this is the place where appropriations should be debated. That's why we have appropriations committees in the appropriations process. I urge a yes vote to maintain the current system and the savings. I also urge a yes vote to continue the debate in this world and allow for a supplemental appropriation to be made from this body, not the commissioner.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair is in receipt of some special information on this afternoon. This day in history, the second current longest serving member was born. Happy birthday to the gentleman from Delaware County, Representative Vitale, Majority Chair, Environmental Resources and Energy. On this day in history, the gentlelady from York was also born. Happy birthday, Representative Klunk. And on this day in very modern times, the gentlelady from Allegheny County was born. Representative Kincaid, happy birthday.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2235, printers number 2989 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill creates the Meat Processing and Food Packing Protection Act.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Haddock offers Amendment A04660. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Haddock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ask the members to support Amendment 04660. The underlying intent of this bill is to foster better communications between employers and their workforce to help reduce workforce injuries and identify hazards before they reach the point of catastrophe. This amendment is about compromise. It addresses concerns that were raised by stakeholders and fellow representatives during the vetting process of the bill, which is aimed to help keep essential workers safer in the meat packing and food packing industry, which is a difficult and dangerous sector to work in. This amendment attempts to find common ground that would still provide safer workplaces while ensuring we are not placing an unnecessary burden on the employers. This amendment removes several provisions related to public health emergencies, unpaid sick leave, and other components. This amendment and the process reflects the type of communication that we are trying to achieve in the underlying bill in itself. This amendment does not have everything I asked for or wanted, or it does not give the workforce everything they asked for, but it does reflect a significant amount of compromise and takes meaningful steps towards creating a safer workplace and a stronger food supply chain for our Commonwealth. I ask the members for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 114, the nays are 88. The amendment is agreed to. Chair's understanding that Representative Gleim has withdrawn all remaining amendments. Chair thanks the gentlelady. The Chair's understanding that Representative Haddock is withdrawing the remaining amendments he had filed. Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Rowe offers Amendment A04317. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Rowe. Gentleman indicates he's withdrawing the amendment. The chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Pickett offers Amendment A04493. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Pickett. It's the chair's understanding. Gentlelady is withdrawing. The chair thanks the gentlelady. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up Senate Bill 126, printers number 0016 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill excludes veterans' disability benefits from eligibility income for state assistance programs.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendment out of order for violating House Rule 20, Amendment A04630. For what purposes, gentlemen, rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to appeal the decision of the chair that Amendment 4630, which amends Senate Bill 126, is out of order.
Representative O'Neill appeals the ruling of the chair that Amendment A04630 violates Rule 20. House Rule 20 provides that no bill shall be passed containing more than one subject. The subject of Senate Bill 126 excludes veterans' disability benefits from income for any Commonwealth assistance program. Amendment A04630 adds a second subject to the bill, providing for real estate taxes. Shall the decision of the House chair stand as the judgment of the House? On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, both the underlying bill and my amendment deal with many of the same things. Title 51 of the Consolidated Statutes, benefits and relief for veterans, extension of those benefits and relief to the families of veterans. My amendment would extend property tax relief to Gold Star families, similar to the relief enjoyed by certain disabled veterans and the unmarried surviving spouses in the case that they pass away. I ask my colleagues to support all veterans, the veteran community, and especially Gold Star families by appealing the ruling of chair and ultimately adopting this amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. Those in favor of sustaining the chair's decision will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. The yeas are 102, the nays 100. Less than a majority of the members elected having voted in the negative, the decision of the chair stands as the judgment of the House. Representative Samuelson offers Amendment A04528. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Samuelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill in chief states that veterans' disability payments will not be counted for any Commonwealth veterans program. For any Commonwealth benefit, we will not count veterans' disability benefits in the income calculation. This amendment, requested by the administration, specifically by the Department of Health, seeks to clarify the language to make sure that federally funded veterans programs are not counted in that income calculation, and that also unspent veterans benefits are not counted in that income calculation. This was requested by the administration to ensure that any existing federally funded veterans benefits would be protected and not changed by the policy stated in the Mastriano bill, which we also passed last year as the Markosik bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? On the amendment, the ayes are 202, the nays 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up Senate Bill 943, printer's number 1121 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill modernizes state law on travel insurance.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 851, printer's number 3070 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The Chair recognizes. Rescind. Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill creates a grant program to provide eligible public school entities with funding to acquire and distribute menstrual hygiene products at no expense to students.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 851 supports female students in our schools, but more importantly, it's also an opportunity to restore the dignity to these women and girls who have gone unsupported far too long. Mr. Speaker, right now, today in 2024, 2 in 5 people struggle to purchase menstruation products. And for those who cannot afford them, they end up utilizing unsafe, unsanitary measures, including the usage of newspapers, rags, and socks instead of pads, panty liners, or tampons. Mr. Speaker, by recognizing the critical needs for this legislation, we will help restore dignity to our, and I will say that again, our young students, as well as their sense of self and their right to privacy. It will empower more of them to stay in school and follow their path to success. I am urging every colleague today to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Clinton, Representative Borowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the maker...
House will come to order. Gentlelady will suspend.
Thank you.
Gentlelady may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the maker of the bill stand for interrogation?
Gentlelady declines.
Kleins. Okay, so I need one question answered. In the co-sponsor memo, it says menstruating people. So I'm just going to assume by the silence of the maker of the bill that they cannot define menstruating people. So I'm going to define it for you, all right? And we also don't have answered whether these products will be in men's restrooms, which is absurd and ridiculous, because this bill refers to the number of students in restrooms, which it should be female students. Women menstruate. I can't believe I'm standing on the House floor of Pennsylvania and saying that. Men do not. We need that clarified because they are using menstruating people in the bill. These are basic scientific concepts. How have Democrats gone down this road? And Democrats call us extremists.
Gentlelady will suspend. Gentleman is reminded, please do not impugn the members of this chamber, regardless of political affiliation. Gentlelady may proceed.
The second aspect of this bill is that it is just another step by the governor and Democrats to have government provide everything for you, which leads to communism. A government big enough to give you everything you want is a government big enough to take everything away. I'm asking my colleagues to vote against House Bill 851. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 117, the nays 85. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1367, printers number 3211 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for mental health awareness for student athletes, parents, guardians, and coaches.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 102, the nays 100. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative. The bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1867, printers number 3054 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires dental insurers to provide dentists with multiple payment methods.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Venkat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In our very Byzantine healthcare system, it's often very difficult to come to a consensus on things that we can all agree upon. However, I think one of the things we can all agree upon is that we want to make the healthcare system more affordable and accessible. This legislation will ensure that healthcare providers have multiple options when deciding how to be paid and reimbursed for their clinical services from insurers. It will also ensure that there is transparency so that healthcare providers can make an educated decision on this payment process. I urge a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Center County, Representative Benninghoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the member stand for a couple quick questions?
Gentleman declines.
May I say a couple comments on the bill itself? I was just trying to
Comments in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real quickly, I was just trying to clarify. He's talking about mandatory payments and fees, and who was assessing it was the credit card companies and or the insurer, and who would be getting those monies for that. I just have to members to review it and make sure they know what they're voting for. Thank you.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote.
Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the question, the yeas are 181, the nays are 21. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 497, printers number 1517 on page 1 of Supplemental B for concurrence in Senate amendments to House amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate to the House amendments? The chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Matzey of Beaver, for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate added prevailing wage and local hire requirements and stripped out project labor agreement language inserted in the House.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of... strike that. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Representative Matsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Senate Bill 497, the Max Manufacturing Initiative Act. This is an important piece of legislation for manufacturing and technologies in our Commonwealth. This bill will enable Pennsylvania to be at the cutting edge of industry, both in the present and, more importantly, for what's to come. It will encourage public-private partnerships, contracting authorities, and state-related institutions to make significant investments in fields such as industrial processes, manufacturing, agriculture, and medical and biotechnology, just to name a few, all with an eye on the future. In southwestern Pennsylvania, the regional impact will be significant. The potential for the University of Pittsburgh, the City of Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh Airport, and private businesses to partner with each other in drawing in and constructing the next wave of new manufacturing and technologies is limitless. For my county, it means jobs, jobs, jobs. Good, stable, family-sustaining jobs that we often talk about but rarely have the opportunity to legislate. This is one of those opportunities. I'd remind the members that this bill passed the House with amendment in December with strong bipartisan support. The Senate made some small but positive changes and it passed that chamber with strong bipartisan support. I'd urge my colleagues to put our state in position to be a leader in the future of manufacturing and technology. Vote to concur in the Senate amendments and vote yes on Senate Bill 497. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Piscatano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this legislation, Senate Bill 497, which creates the Max Manufacturing Program to expand opportunities for advanced manufacturing across Pennsylvania. The bill is good for Allegheny County, where our research universities and our international airport have already been at the leading edge of additive manufacturing and 3D printing. This bill will also generate innovation and bring high-paying quality jobs to Pennsylvania. And due to an amendment made here in the House last December, it includes important labor protections in these state grant programs. I submit to the House that this is the type of legislation we should be doing more here in the General Assembly. Through negotiation, collaboration, and compromise, the programs created by this bill will help grow our economy, create good jobs, and induce innovation across Pennsylvania. I want to thank the chairs of the Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities Committee, Representative Matsey and Marshall, for their hard work to get this across the finish line, and I urge the members to vote yes on Senate Bill 497. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. I guess. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the concurrence to the Senate amendments, the yeas are 159, the nays are 43. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations: House Bill 1064, House Bill 1839, House Bill 2137, House Bill 2234, House Bill 2235, Senate Bill 126, Senate Bill 943. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the tabled calendar and placed on the active calendar: House Bill 1686, House Bill 1754, House Bill 2064, House Bill 2127, House Bill 2354. The chair is in receipt of a motion by the gentleman, Representative Piscitano, that the House now adjourn until Wednesday, June 5th, 2024 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the House stands adjourned until Wednesday, June 5th, 2024 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.